Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and everyone watching us worldwide on a variety of different platforms. Welcome to our Destiny Academy here on the channel. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being our very dedicated, very valued community members. We have lots to talk about today. I'll tell you all about my activities that were taking place during the weekend, and also we have quite a lot of news coming in respect of Destiny and all other gaming activities. So without further ado, let's just crack on. So how is everyone today? Did you have a good weekend? Have you had a lot of rest? Well, obviously you can tell us all about it. You can tell us what games were entertaining. I told you last week that Ubisoft were giving us the entire weekend of Assassin's Creed for free, and there were some absolutely phenomenal games there on offer. So I'm hoping that everyone was indeed trying out some of these titles. It's not that frequent that we get that many AAA blockbusters offered free of charge, and although I have the vast majority of these titles, the latest ones, and these are Valhalla, Origins and Odyssey, I do not have in my library. So therefore certainly this was a good weekend for me to try Origins and Odyssey. Both games I played in the past quite a bit when offered free of charge during the freebie weekends. But Valhalla I'm getting at the moment on Ubisoft Plus, and I'm definitely enjoying it. I subscribed to the Ubisoft streaming platform, I should say, on the price of €1, $1, £1, and it's £1 in Britain, just so to make it simple. And I'm definitely enjoying it. I've gone already down the route of playing maybe roughly 25-30 hours, and the game is absolutely amazing. It's very immersive, it's lengthy, it has very many different ways in which it can be played, and most I'd recommend to everyone. It's really my kind of open world stroke RPG type of game that has plenty of stealth, a lot of dialogue, a lot of exploration. It's a masterpiece, through and through. It's just as simple as that. And I never thought that I would enjoy Valhalla as much as I did, and I'll continue to do so. Also, the benefit, if you want to join, and I got to warn you, it's a very expensive streaming service. They don't have that many games, just their AAA blockbusters, but it's delivered on the price of $16.99 per month, which choices you'll have. I guess the thinking behind it is quite simple. We're giving you our incredibly big games, the games which you can play for many hundreds of hours, particularly the last three Assassin's Creed and also Far Cry, the last three installments. So we're talking about thousands of hours of gameplay, and the idea is that this is a sort of pinnacle type of service for the completionists, for the collectors, for people who kind of love getting in and then discovering all that the service has got to offer. So definitely something that I have been always interested in, but I thought the price was a bit steep, and I'm sure that many other gamers worldwide had exactly the same sort of experience, and therefore Ubisoft, after the launch a few months later, had decided to offer it on that trial period, where the price is just £1 or €1, $1, depending on where you live, and certainly a very good opportunity at what this game's all about. And for myself, the two heavyweights on the platform are Valhalla and Far Cry 6. Both games I've played in the past. To certain, I have to say, I played Far Cry 6 a lot more than Valhalla, and many reasons as to why that is. But I thought that Valhalla was going to stay on PlayStation Plus, or previously PlayStation Now services that I'm subscribed to, and unfortunately I was completely mistaken. That's not happened, and Valhalla was there initially when the service was launched and disappeared before Christmas of last year, so there was no chance to try it. And I'm actually quite glad I had not played it at the time. I'll tell you why. I had recently, it's not even that recent, in the course of this year, earlier this year, I managed to get my brand new Xbox Series S, the state-of-the-art new-gen console, and the images, the visual quality, the sound and everything on the console are absolutely out of this world, as they are on PlayStation 5. Indeed, possession of the console, like our friend Zenith, who's our community member here, will know that it's simply it's a huge difference, really, and the games that have been already adapted for the next gen usage are really truly there to deliver. In fact, just to put in perspective, I talked quite a bit about here about Elder Scrolls Online, and the fact that I feel the online version of Elder Scrolls Universe is to a degree similar to what we have in Destiny in some areas of the structure, the concept, the way the game's delivered. So I said to myself, well, actually this weekend I'll pop in and have a look, and I want to see what's happened in the meantime since I've been there last, and the graphics are really looking absolutely amazing on Series S, much improved, and really razor sharp and very smooth gameplay. The sounds also, went around a bit, talked to a few characters, just want to get a really good flavour of it, and I get it all fully included, inclusive of some of the expansions on the Game Pass. So if you had saved some money, I would definitely recommend for you to purchase either PlayStation 5 or Series S or X, because your gaming experience will be very, very greatly enhanced. You will actually have a very different, very immersive, very kind of beautiful fantasy world to which you can explore and enjoy all the characters, the visuals, all the activities together with your friends. Don't forget, Destiny is a multiplayer game. Elder Scrolls Online, indeed, exactly the same sort of online activity where you can bring in lots of your friends, relatives, mates, colleagues to join you, and therefore such activities become very enjoyable. Diablo 4, again, came out recently, is exactly the same sort of online multiplayer, and you will get always the very best of activities, the best of fun when you do it together with others. I mean, you can obviously try it by yourself in order to get a way in, but I find it always a bit troubling when I see people debating on Reddit and Twitter certain activities which actually have been built in order to be played together with others, and then the soloists come in and they start preaching how, for instance, this is too difficult, it doesn't really work, or they can't use certain weapons. Well, obviously it will not work because you're trying to do, I wouldn't say what is impossible, because obviously somebody who's highly skilled will be able to do all sorts of things in a multiplayer, but it's not really meant to be played like this, I'm not quite sure what I can compare it with. It's just simply a sort of activity that is best engaged with if you are together with others. This is what we do here every single day as I stream Destiny and play. We've gone through Strikes and Sievers and Nightfalls many times, but it's always interesting because the mods make it, I guess, devilishly difficult at times, and with the different community members, the activity also becomes somewhat altered. Therefore, I wouldn't say that what we do here with Destiny 1 is similar for instance, the Warzone, where you feel that every single match is a different game altogether, due to the tactics and strategies and altogether the people you play with, but and also people you meet in the field, so to speak. So Destiny doesn't have really that degree of unique replayability, in my opinion, as for very many reasons, and just simply that this is not a military simulation game. And a military simulation game, there are lots of things that you can do, explore, and you will use different tactics, weapons, armor, gear, vehicles, jets if need be. To which we are completing certain tasks and moving forward. So a different game, but definitely very, very enjoyable. And coming back to what I said earlier, just remember, if you're coming into some of these games which are massive multiplayer online, but you do it together with others, and set up a small channel on Twitch, invite a few people in. And I've had actually questions coming in recently from several community members. I answered some of them here live online, but one of the best ways of becoming a full member of a particular community related to a specific game is by being a dedicated member of a Twitch or YouTube channel. If you choose a game like Destiny that has an enormous amount of followers, or for instance Oblivion or Skyrim, for instance, the games which have been around for a long, long while, you will always get every single day quite a few veterans just having a peek, popping in with some other community members and making new bonds and things, because obviously they always look for new friends who will be able to revisit the title if and when, and that is the best way of doing it. First of all, it is lively, it is very much present there live on air, it's interactive, you can engage with others, you can talk about your own issues or your own experiences of the game and connect. So you don't have to play a match with anyone straight away, but once you connect with them, once you exchange information, once you talk about things either directly or live online, you are making and you're building your own community, and that is what these games are for. They really have this fantastic capacity for these communities to be built out of nothing. I had questions about games like Warzone and Apex, but if you come in and you start streaming these games, unless you go obviously to somebody else's well-established channel, you will need to be community forums, like for instance on Reddit. You need to be a regular contributor in order to kind of build a community of people who will specifically come to watch what you do here in Apex or Warzone. The reason for that is there are many streamers, and these are most popular games which have huge amount of passing traffic, and also many streamers doing it. Therefore, it's very difficult to set up a channel that would attract that audience unless being fully supported and sponsored by some sort of third party. Even if you're doing it through the kind of grassroots level up, you will still find it'll take a bit of time. So it's just a question of selecting the title that appears to be the best. And I always said, for the franchises like the series like Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, go for one of the older titles where not many people are streaming the title at present, because you will have the regulars who are doing the latest install or the latest chapter come in, and they will ask questions. They will become members of your community. So that's it's a very simple, very basic strategy, but I know everyone wants to be in the midst of it all, where the biggest, the most popular games like Baldur's Gate today or Diablo 4. Well, unless you already had a large community beforehand, starting out with such title will bring you no joy in terms of your followers and your community being built quickly. I guess it depends on time and effort that people spend on the actual work which is required for a community to be built. As we've seen certainly during the last few years, there are certain online activities and platforms that are facilitating the growth. And I've got to say, I've talked about this quite a bit here. I was relying on my community members to create clips in the past. We had at one time quite a few clips created here on Twitch, but I think people complained that clip generator is not very good, and it has lag, and it doesn't always clip what you want to be watching. So you can obviously download videos, and you can then use your own software which you can purchase or get online, but I think clipping on Twitch is quite simple and easy. You just go to a section of the stream which you want to have clipped, and then you extract the section, and then this is a very good way through which you can both, I guess, express support towards a particular broadcast and its community, but also you can create your own selection of clips, let's say linked to certain activities that you like watching or you learn something from, etc. So sometimes clips could be, when you discuss things online, one can clip a lengthier discussion, and that can also be used as an educational tool for the people to learn. Anyway, these are just different types of ideas, and I've gone down myself to take time in order to produce quite a selection of clips, and I've done some shorts which were linked to our recent streams, and these clips are now on my YouTube channel. They're also here on Twitch, they're also on TikTok, and I've put them also on Instagram and on Facebook. I've not gone down the route of Twitter because there's some logistical issues there with the files being imported. So I've just tried it before coming live here on Twitch, and I wasn't too happy with the way it came across. It looked like, if you use the automated service there, it doesn't really come across the way I would want it to be. So I still need to explore it. But you can access the clips elsewhere, and I've just posted 2 of these clips in here, which have gone to the short either of these, and you'll be able to see what the idea behind the whole concept is. It's just really something that is very popular at the moment, and I've seen on Instagram and TikTok there are many streamers who keep launching clips which are as short as 10-15 seconds, and they sort of capture certain moments during the gameplay or certain exchanges, and they're very, very popular. Very many people like watching short clips, and that is the most popular activity on the internet as it stands today, and people just like watching much more so than reading. It's the fact. I've had websites in the past that were full extensive articles. I had actually one dedicated to film history, loads of articles that I've written on certain personalities from the history of cinema, and you will get a very small number of people who will browse and read every article, people who read dedicated cinephiles, and people who love watching. And the vast majority will just want to see like 15-30 second clips indicating what somebody said, or they'll want clips from certain films or certain series. They'll use them as memes. It's just a completely different mindset. It's not about debating and deriving certain conclusions from an interesting highbrow discussion. It's all about the visuals, which I think is understandable. If you consider that films, photography, video gaming, these are all very much of audiovisual types of mediums, and we want to have that before us at all times, and we want to engage with that world, and also want to discover. I guess something that really sometimes worries me is I feel there's certain types of reels that I come across on TikTok and Instagram in particular. They have a very covert voyeuristic element that many people subscribe to. It's a bit like the old Victorian type who would be looking through the peephole and then observing things which perhaps are not really allowed, but he really kind of relishes the opportunity. It's full of these kinds of clips, and some of them border, and people have discovered ways to which what they do will be seen as perfectly legitimate and legal, but you can still get the idea behind what is on display, that there is a bit of that mischief, or quite a bit of it, which some people will try to monetize on. I always find it intriguing and to a degree mesmerizing how the human mind works, and how people find the method where they now are, will use that to our advantage. And sometimes I get very disappointed. In fact, I had a couple of contacts on Instagram recently that I thought were really doing very, very interesting. Access their private pages, they realized they were doing something else in addition, which really wasn't particularly reputable. So it was very disappointing, because I thought they could capitalize on the talent for producing interesting content or their broadcasting abilities, and then carry on with this. But the trouble is, those things do not make any money, and the ones which border illegality and mischief, they make quite a bit of revenue. It's just the way it is, and this is the reason as to why they're pursuing it. As I said, for myself, sometimes I recently come across a few of those content creators. It was disappointing. I thought it was taking a shortcut and not really looking at the actual potential the person had. And as we know, once you are being boxed up in a particular type of activity, specifically that activity is not seen as reputable, you're not going to be able to get out of there. You will be stigmatized. So, a lot of younger people don't really understand how the whole thing works, and they think, oh, well, we're anonymous, we can do whatever we want. And it's very interesting to see what reactions certain content creators get from their own community if they had a very sharp swing from doing, let's say, reputable gaming and entertaining others through high quality broadcasting and puns and jokes and generally light-hearted entertainment, when they went down the other route, which borders illegality and mischief, without me actually specifying what I'm talking about and what reaction they would be getting. So sometimes it was extremely harsh. Well, it's richly down to those people to take their decisions and make sure that they do what they believe is the best and right for them. You will know if you are somebody who is. This is a relatively new medium that is evolving constantly with many different opportunities based on the development of the tech. And in order to catch attention, in order to do something that is significant and pertinent and eye-catching, you have to work really, really hard, and you need to come up with concepts. You need to do it within certain systems if you are to be indeed drawing attention, and in due course perhaps you'd be able to monetize, as many people try to do. Let's face the facts, it is certainly an opportunity when you look at the figures and the numbers. The vast majority of these sites are based on views and clicks and likes, and there could be sometimes a very significant investment given or provided for those who are indeed attracting a certain kind of attention, but something that falls into your lap. This is what I'm trying to highlight. It is a lot of very, very hard work and research and preparation and content creation. Even if you're using various automated clip generators and any stuff that can be extracted, still you will want to be selecting, you will want to be involved to a degree, you need to be launching it. So there's a lot of nitty-gritty in that process, which at times, before you get properly well versed, does come across as very time consuming. And sadly, it is all about quantity, and I have seen quite a few streamers doing reputable online gaming streams, and they would just burn out. It was just really too hard. They underestimated the biological response to many hours when you're spending your time at the front of a monitor and you see you're not moving, you're constantly static. It has a very severe biological effect, as well as obviously psychological, and one has to be really looking up to those people who have found the method and then basically learn from them. And I think that's most important. I think for me, Dana from Latvia, and her Danusdi channel is just really the best example, because she lives in a fairly rural area and has plenty of nature around, and she can always hammer it for a certain number of hours per day, but then take a stroll, enjoy the nature, do a bit of exercise, talk to the people. That's the best balance. But as I want to stress one thing, there are so many articles online indicating how this is an easy way out. And I remember 15, maybe 20, no, it's less than 20 years ago, 15, 17 years ago, you'd have so many different which were telling you, you don't want to be slaving at work, working for somebody else. Why not just do something like multi-level marketing, and you'll make millions, and you'll do this and that, and This was the trend before what we have today with these audiovisual materials on Instagram and TikTok. And lots of people went down this route. I personally knew a few people who were able to make a very significant revenue in a very short period of time as they came up, for instance, with an interesting product. And they managed to use the system, which was at that time in its infancy, to their advantage. But the vast majority, we're talking 99.9%, they spent a lot of time building such websites and trying to monetize and other things. And it actually all came to a huge expense rather than any form of earnings. They had to be constantly purchasing new software, new add-ons, new this and that, in order to run these types of schemes that actually did not produce revenue for fully involved, but for those who were running the very, very original website of the scheme, that would be then obviously taking the full benefit. So people try this, the independence of that sort, particularly if it's financially lucrative, appeals to everyone. But it's very similar to what you have in finance and banking, because a lot of people think, if you get the capital, you'll just do well. It doesn't really work like this. There are lots of hoops in there which you will need to get through, and there are methods and structures that will need to be seriously considered and fully understood before you get in. My heart sinks when I see people doing various things online and then, basically quitting and feeling they're completely burnt out. They're not getting the right reward. Their community kind of dilapidates to a degree or disperses, and you've got to retain that. You need to have the concept. You need to be flexible and need to be adapting to the changes, because something that's been interesting 3 years ago may not be at all interesting today. You need to integrate things that keep coming your way, like, for instance, bits, cheers, memes, jokes, some of the automated services. But most important thing is your own gamer mindset. If you're doing any form of stream, doesn't have to be a gaming stream, it could be just chatting, it could be debating different things. So you need to have that concept that you need to work out on a paper, you knowing exactly how you will be doing it, and then every 3 months you re-examine and see what the benefits are and what ins and outs of what you're doing really appear to be, in order for you to be enhancing and advancing everything you do. As I said, it is a very long-term process, and I have quite a number of people in my community who have been streaming, I'd say now for my maybe 8 to 9 years, ever since the original Twitch. They have a lot of experience, of everything that's been going on, and they have that degree of consistency, and they have the concept, but nothing came easy. It all came after many years of hard work, planning, exploration, build up their own community, but also sticking to their own values. They weren't selling the concept that they had originally in for something else. Like the vast majority would have been doing a similar sort of thing, just tailoring it to the interest and maybe to the new tech as well. I always thought that PC streams looked really professional and beautiful, and they had many more possibilities compared to what we had on consoles. But that's changed of late, and as you've seen on my streams, I have now very good overlays, and we have alerts and various other things which are being done through the third party. So these things are constantly evolving. What's important for somebody who's a streamer is to accept the activity as something long term, something that people can be doing literally lifelong. And I just think that for anyone who is coming to a more advanced stage, being associated with a community like Skyrim or Destiny, or maybe the communities where you don't have such high octane activity, is fantastic, because you keep yourself busy and occupied. You have your own people come in every single day to talk to you, and you can monetize, you can do different things, you can in due course, if your community grows, you can be partnered with certain companies. You can make some revenue to supplement your earnings of pension. And I just want to just clarify that the online gaming as it stands today, or the online activity, that includes also different ways to which people can generate interest, build communities, monetize, etc., is something that doesn't belong just to one generation. I think it's a very big misconception. We hear from lots of people that the youngsters, well, not quite like that. because people have been gaming now for more than 30 years. Somebody who began with their gaming experience in the early 20s today is in the mid 50s, and obviously people playing the games today like Apex or Warzone who are in the 20s, in 30 years they'll be in the 50s, and God knows what types of activities and games they'll have at that time. Probably something within the domain of holographic experience or virtual reality, or God knows what. It's very hard to tell, but the way things are evolving is rapid and certainly advanced and exciting and interesting. I've got to say, even when I look back at the games produced 5-6 years ago, I just think the enhancements that we've seen in the meantime are really quite remarkable. And for the games that have been remastered, but the other day I looked at Quake. I didn't mention this. They released the remastered enhanced edition. It's just a it's the old game, but it just looks really. Obviously, it's Bethesda. It is Xbox now, and you've got to try it if you're interested. If you're a gamer who was interested in Doom and Quake, you have got to try these remastered versions. They look incredible, and I think in due course they'll come up with some other software or some sort of program that will actually make them even better. I couldn't believe how good Halo looked like, once remastered, and these kinds of possibilities are just simply continuously evolving. And what's important is that the old product is never going to be forgotten or ignored. You have a huge number of people who are asking for the old titles to be brought in, remastered, redelivered, and there's a huge interest for that from the gaming community as well as from the developers, as we've seen. And anyone interested in anyone playing Baldur's Gate 3 today, it's a state-of-the-art game, 170 hours of cutscene, dialogue, massive amount of content. But if you go back in time, you can access the Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 Enhanced Edition, and you will get the roots of the game and the game as it was for that many years in the past. One of the most popular RPGs, I think, frequently is forgotten for some reason. People forget about Baldur's Gate. You happen to hear of the Elder Scrolls series always, and Age of Eternity, and the few other games that indeed had been defining the genre. But Baldur's Gate, I remember it, many years back when I began collecting and playing PC games, was definitely one of those top-notch RPGs. Everybody wanted to find out what was happening in that world. And today, with the open world as we have it in Valhalla, for instance, it's a different story and different ballgame altogether. But still, the game originates from. You will find sometimes, if you go back in time, is that technically these games were not enhanced. I mean, not advanced, but the content, the beauty of the game was in the sheer quantity of dialogue, exploration of the world, and what you previously were just reading off your computer screen rather than having NPCs telling you all about it. And I remember playing quite a number of games at the time. I was astonished by the quantity of options and dialogue. I think Baldur's Gate was one of the first, and then I remember also doing the early Fallout, and that was also very, very good. It was a mixture of RPG with tactical and strategy, and it was just definitely something that grabbed us and captivated us for the time being. And as we've seen ever since, things were just ascending, going up and up quality-wise. So coming back to my point, if you're a streamer and if you are somebody who is considering what content to create, feel that what you're doing is perhaps not doing the very best of benefits, just always think about it as a sort of like an integrated system. You can't be doing it just in Twitch. You've got to do it on all the social networking platforms. You've got to be engaged with all of them, one way or the other. How frequently and what volume is down to yourself. But people who are able to engage with all of them and then bring them back to one forum where they talk live are the people who are doing by far the very best. And also it's the diversity of comments, it's the diversity of different types of things that you will get from audiences. People who like reading, they will go to blogs. They won't necessarily go to TikTok. They will go to Twitter to get access to certain links, which will point them to blogs. So it's Twitter and blogs, for people who are like bookworms, people who like reading and analyzing lengthy articles. But for those that are into audio visuals, they'll be always going down the route of shorts on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, and that's just incredibly popular. I can't believe how popular the reels are now on Facebook, because that's just completely overtaken. Previously it was all about communication directly with your friends and people in your social circle. Today it isn't. It's all about, well, I guess they're blending in with Instagram, where the what we call in psychology manic defense. Manic defense is a way through which we are dealing and battling against our unwanted side, and what we do not like to see. We would say our depressive feelings, the side of us which is not always most appealing, and we battle those feelings through creation of the most appealing images and the ways to which we want to be seen ourselves in the eyes of others. So, for instance, when you look at Instagram, that's exactly what you get. Number of people who are presented in a format which is, absolutely tip-top, ideal, and anyone watching it will think, this person is always like that. I remember the other day, when I was a teenager, I used to go to pictures with a friend, and we watched a couple of films of Richard Gere, who was a star that at that time was ascending, and he said, "You know what's funny?" I said, "What?" "Well, it doesn't matter where he is, whether he is out there when it's raining, whether he's at home eating his dinner, whether he's asleep, right, or he's in bed with somebody, his haircut and his hairstyle is always exactly the same." And that really stuck with me. I never thought about that myself, but he really was fascinated by the fact that it didn't matter what this character or what the actor did, he always looked the same. He always had the absolute tip-top look. Well, that is what I was describing. That is what I Instagram and Facebook, when you are getting the images that are just like that. Never ever, well, obviously there are some people who will post images of themselves when they wake up, but that's not really the most appealing, the most desired part of what people want to see there. And it's extraordinary how it communicates with people's fantasies, with people's unconscious, and what types of ideas people get when they watch certain short clips or they watch certain videos and certain reels. And I think it's a very, very fertile, very pertinent field which requires further exploration. But coming back to content creation, I just do feel that content creation is something that is incredibly important, and despite of the negativity that you get from people on some of the online platforms, I have never seen many more people being involved in such voluminous activities. So these platforms are actually making it possible for literally anyone to do whatever they want and present it as a creative, interesting content. So I think in due course, as we carry on, we'll discover that many people explored these platforms and then found their own talents that previously they were fully unaware of. People can discover, for instance, through streaming on Instagram, that they're very good singers. I don't know whether you watched the our chap, what's his name, the guy who was doing Eurovision, Sam Riley, right? He said that he was just singing on I think it was YouTube rather than Instagram, and just huge popularity. People realized he was a fantastic singer, and he knew that he was all right, but he never thought he actually would have been as good. So you could see through the use of the platform, particularly during the pandemic, where he was like everyone isolated from others, he discovered a talent that was then recognized, and he changed his life. And that will be the case for many people. I think we'll see more of educational content, and we already have quite a lot of educational content on Instagram. People who are into, for instance, doing physical therapies, from physiotherapy to yoga, for instance. There's a huge amount of contributors. You have people who are into cooking, for instance, so they're presenting cooking classes, and maybe not the most popular, but still attracting a lot of interest, and etc., etc. The list just goes on. Anyway, I've just told you a bit about the diversity of different options that we have if we are content creators online, and just explore what's out there and try to think of some of the things I said. I was exploring the technical side of content creation this weekend, so I was trying to get some clips out of my streams, and very time consuming, as I had to be doing them manually. Unfortunately, I couldn't do anything else but cut out certain activities and then do the tags and all else. But maybe it would have taken me a lot longer this weekend, because it's the first time I was doing anything of that sort. But once I am already well versed in knowing what to do, then it will be perhaps a somewhat quick exercise. And I'll try to really make these reels to be a reflection of what we do here on the channel with our community members, like a short clip of some activity, like destroying Omnigul, destroying the Bond brothers, going after Alak Hul, or doing something in Prison of Elders. So short clips that perhaps for somebody who is never been to Destiny World will capture some interest, and they'll obviously be then wanting to see what this game was about, and also maybe come in and have a look at our community online. So I posted 2 of these, and I'll give you actually 2 more if you're interested. You'll be able to see, and they come across in the portrait format rather than landscape. And let me just have a look. Which ones did I put there? Destroying Omnigul. Let's see that. Bear with me a second. We'll put 2 more. So this is Destroying Omnigul, and then Omnigul is destroyed. So there we are. Have a look. Tell me what you think. And I also have some of those clips on Twitch, also in a different format, which is landscape, so you can see the full screen. And I'll try it out for a little while. We'll see what interest we get. But I'll give you one example. I thought that hardly anybody would look at these clips, because obviously I've just put them on, and But then one clip I placed yesterday on YouTube Shorts, within few hours had 1.2 thousand, right, 1,200 viewers. So obviously there was something in the clip that was both attracting attention of the viewers as well as the interest of the algorithms that were pushing it wherever that was indeed pushed through. So I think we are likely to see some new members of our community arising from some of the clips, and we'll try to do some of that as a regular. So if anyone has any other ideas, so you want to come in and do some clipping, or you want to participate with online activities, just make sure you let me know, and we'll do it together. And that is then accessible and available literally to everyone to keep. You just screenshot it, or you can record it off your phone, or you can download it. There's a multitude of different options, and I won't be able to have huge diversity of clips across all platforms for obvious reason, because we are limited to what we do within one activity. It will be interesting, and many people do not kind of do cross-platform activity. People who read on Twitter, then they're going to Instagram and vice versa. So I think it will be okay, and the vast majority will go to well, first of all, will be here on Twitch, but then you'll have it on TikTok. TikTok being the platform that's most popular at the moment for those types of short clips, and quite a vibrant TikTok. Remember watching some of those linked to Apex and PUBG a little while back, and Warzone, and the community that is very much there to be presenting some interesting short content, and also to draw attention for people to come into the channel and then talk to others. And so let's see what happens next. Alright, so that's all about what I've been doing during this weekend. If you're interested, just access the clips on any of my platforms, and you'll be able to see what is out there. Right, so now is the time for us to look at some of the news, all that's come in through various social networking platforms and news outlets. I've got to say, there weren't that many, and I was quite surprised, as presently we have several games either out or highly anticipated. First of all, I want to ask everyone whether you played any of the Assassin's Creed games. This is a fantastic offer, and anyone who played any of them, purchasing, as they're presently offered on 75% discount, and some of the top editions are offered on a very, very good price. For instance, the Ultimate Edition of Valhalla was offered a price of about £30. That's significantly less than maybe 90 or 100, and anyone interested can still go there and have a look at the prices and all of that today. I think it is ending at some point today. It's late in the day UK time, so definitely worth a shot. I played Valhalla again, and I did not look at all the other Assassin's Creed titles, because the vast majority I own them on Xbox, and I also have access to all of them through PlayStation Plus services, so I'm not really fussed at the moment to go into everything. And the only title that I couldn't see anywhere was Assassin's Creed 1, and that title I have on the disc. I purchased it, and anyone who lives in Britain, I just advise everyone, you can go to CX, stands for Computer Exchange. They have shops in almost every high street in our towns and cities, and you can get these old games for as little as 50 pence. Xbox on their Xbox store are selling them, well, they're not very expensive, but I've seen, for instance, Max Payne being sold for £7.50. £7.50 is fairly steep compared to what I can get in CX for 50 pence. I don't know whether Max Payne is 50 pence, but I wouldn't think it'd be more than £1.50 if purchased on the Xbox original disc. And so now is the time to stock up and to save money and purchase these discs whilst they're still in circulation, as I think in no time we'll see the demise of physical disc and physical product in the gaming industry, similar to what we've seen with films. I have to tell you that in my local area we have quite a few charity shops anymore, because nobody wants to buy them, and they come in huge numbers. So I was able to purchase very many DVDs during the last 18 months. In fact, recently I purchased 200 on the price of 20 pence per disc. So think about it, 20 pence per disc, and that included box sets. I had Doris Day box set, 8 discs included, Audrey Hepburn, Humphrey Bogart. They just didn't know what to do with them because nobody would buy them. And that's one of the reasons as to I feel maybe a good idea for people to start stocking up on some of the older games, disc-wise, as these discs may just disappear. If the company, CX or other companies, take the decision that no longer is this financially viable, then the first sign is charity shops. If they stop, I remember the same problem with VHS tapes. They just occupying too much space. Nobody would buy them anymore, and that was it. And that goes together with the equipment, that you can use in order to watch the recorders or the VCRs, as we know, the old ones. Or now we have the DVD recorders, or the ones which were recording to discs of the TV sets. Once all of those are gone, and they are gone, they're no longer manufactured, there'll be fewer accessible, and therefore there'll be no capacity for many people to watch discs through some of those setups. And sometimes if you have a high quality one like Panasonic or Pioneer, they'll serve you well, but there may be also a time when they break down, and then it's very hard to replace. Going back in time, I was a film collector, and I had collected many films in Super 8 and Standard 8. And the trouble with the film collection was the absence of spares for the old projectors. So if you had really projectors that were not the very top of the range, or indeed if they were top of the range but they were already pretty well worn, bought them second hand, then you couldn't get the spares, and then you couldn't watch these films. So anyway, it's a long story. So we had some articles about Destiny, and it is Games Radar that are telling us that, similar to many members of our community and people who we've seen on Reddit, they're really kind of concerned about the state of the game. So we have Austin Wood. He's a senior writer at Games Radar, and I've read quite a few of his articles here live online over the years. He said his own opinion is that Destiny 2 is not dying, but it does sometimes feel like a game near the end of its life. So he says, that's the article published on Games Radar, so I'll just read out what Austin Wood said. He said, for the past few months, a lot more than I've been playing it, that's for sure. The latest rupture in the dam of community outrage, Cleveland opened by a downright ugly state of the game blog post, has pushed those thoughts to the front of my mind. Destiny has been part of my personal and professional life for 9 years, so it's with some experience that I find myself once again trying to unpack the community's frustrations and articulate my own. A lot of people are saying the same old things. The game is dead. The devs at Bungie are lazy. They want to end this thing and be done with. Those statements are as untrue as ever. Destiny 2 is unquestionably in a dip right now. The lightest alarm in my mind is the sudden disinterest of my famously hardcore clanmate. But it's not dying. It's still one of the most consistently successful live service games ever created, and it's still got arguably the best gunplay in the history of video games. But at the same time, it does feel, to me, it's life. I think I agree with Mr. Wood, actually. I think remarkable, very important points. And I still think that technically Destiny is out of this world. It's one of the most successful shooters ever created. And like you said, the gunfights and everything else in a live service game. Don't mix this up with the games which are not on a live servers, which is a different ballgame altogether. You know, it can go down the route of Borderlands, for instance. But there are problems, and the problems are more to do with the way Bungie as an organization is tackling the issues and the questions coming from the community more than the game itself. And I think that's causing a huge dissatisfaction and certainly a number of eyebrows to be raised. So he says, I don't actually think Destiny 2 is near end of its life, but it feels like it, and that's what's weighing on my mind. It's an old game that feels old, to give out under the unstoppable march of time. We are in season 21 of Destiny 2, and I don't know how much more this game has to give. I don't know how much more I want to actually play it. Maybe this is just the inevitable fate of a season model that's gone on this long. Every time Bungie gets a decent sandcastle going, a new season washes it away. Loot has become unappealing compared to stuff we already have. Core playlists have deteriorated. I agree with that one. The servers are on fire, obviously for different reasons, but it is not helping, and the narrative is once again up in the air. I'm past the point of discussing what should be done, and I'm now wondering what can be done. With Bungie openly throwing up its hands and declaring parts of its game unsalvageable, I'm not overflowing with huge optimism. I've read a lot of Destiny's State of the Game blog posts in these 9 years, and it's rare for Bungie to sound so defeated money than ever, yet at the same time Bungie is saying it can't or won't dedicate resources to several sizable elements of the game. Gambit is the case in point in here, of course. I've seen some players point out that after the state of the game, at least we can put some age-old hopes to bed. Well, that's for sure. But I'd argue it's as bad as you thought, and it's not getting better. It's not the message the game needed. It's becoming increasingly difficult to have fun in Destiny 2 once you leave the bubble of the newest content, and that content rot is apparently only going to get worse. So look at Gambit, for God's sake, look at Gambit. Anyone who ever makes any kind of PvP PvE game ought to study the bruised, battered and burnt corpse of Destiny 2's Gambit mode, which Bungie has now thrown into wood chipper for good measure. Gambit was one titled as a Premier Edition for Forsaken. Actually, it was the Premier Edition. People played either Escalation Protocol or Gambit at the time. One of the game's biggest expansions and also had been vaulted. You know, the most not the expansion Forsaken has gone into the vault. And the middle ground for the core playlist, you've got PvE in Strikes, PvP in Crucible, and PvP PvE in Gambit. And guess what? Gambit used to be fun. Absolutely. I loved playing it at the time. I played loads of matches at the time. People looked at Gambit Mourners and asked where this sudden love for the mode came from when the data shows almost nobody was playing it. I can honestly say I did like Gambit once upon a time. I would like it again. But lacking loot, heavy weapons, obnoxious invader design, and a dire lack of updates has left in such disrepair that Bungie would rather condemn it like an abandoned house and tell everyone they do not need to worry about it anymore. There's a logical argument for this decision, but I get enough harm reduction from US elections. I don't find it any more encouraging here. So look at the PvP. I don't know how Destiny 2 still has the PvP Because gunplay aside, any half decent competitive shooter will serve you as well. You're just really not really particularly exciting. Playing Destiny 2 for PvP is like buying a whole burger just to eat the pickles of it. You know, people sell whole jars of pickles, right? I was once a top 50 Clash player in Destiny 1, according to Destiny Track anyway. At this point, I think of PvP in Destiny 2 the way I think of PvP in Diablo 4. It's unabashedly unbalanced, and it is just a complete mess that most people can only enjoy if they like getting messy. If you go into expecting anything else, you will get burned. Maybe it's good for people to finally know without a shadow of a doubt that Bungie does hear the requests for more PvP maps, but it isn't going to make more because that will require resources it apparently can't spare. I guess that's better than players hanging on to threadbare wishes for years, and it's not like PvP is neglected. It's getting some new modes, loot balance changes, and company known for multiplayer shooters and actively making a new PvP shooter say it can't make any new maps. I've seen people complain about Marathon allegedly sucking up Destiny's 2 resources, but the fact is it's normal and good for a company to spend revenue from one success on new projects. That's how businesses work. Also seen misconceptions about how the 3.6 billion Sony acquisition of Bungie surely must have filled Bungie's coffers to the point that it can snap its fingers and buy a solution to anything. That's not how the acquisitions work, nor is it how the money works. With all of that said, it doesn't feel good to see Bungie open a state of the game by talking all about things it can't do when it really doesn't feel like people asking for the moon here. The loot, the problem with the loot. With Gambit updates and PvP maps, I can at least see where Bungie is coming from, even if it leaves a sour taste in my mouth. But the armor thing, come on, making one increasingly challenging, especially considering these sets have historically had very low adoption by players as both base armor and cosmetic ornaments. Well, he says, come on Bungie, players are not wearing rich armor because it drops with low stats. This is also one of the reasons most people do not like to grind the standard Vanguard playlist. Strikes especially are completely unrewarding. A lot of Destiny 2 is unrewarding, which is a big problem for loot game. And people aren't transmogging this armor because the sets have been pretty darn ugly, but instead of making more, stronger or better looking armor, we're just throwing in the towel after failing to deliver playlist armor in Lightfall. There's absolutely no denying the optics of this in the context of Destiny 2's Eververse still pumping out plenty of more fashionable armor without issue. Release that Slickball Titan Eververse getup as ritual armor and see how many players adopt it. I recognize that Eververse is its own thing. Ornaments are different several months and we still get new sets in seasons and dungeons and raids. I'm not going to pretend that I know how this armor is made, but I'm not saying it would be easy for Bungie to make more playlist armor. I'm saying this is incredibly flimsy and disappointing argument for a loot-based game to make. So the question is that he asks, well, what will be coming next? Well, there's not a doubt in my mind that Bungie will show some very cool footage full of cool stuff at the August 22nd Final Ship Showcase. It will get people hyped right the hell. Excuse me. Need to clear my throat. You'll get people hyped right. It will get people hyped up, and despite the bitter states of the game, and in fairness, promise some great quality of life changes. But after 9 years, we'd like to see more good news that doesn't actually come together with bad news. He says, my personal wish list for the reveal is short but nebulous. What I want is something to look forward to, not for the year ahead, but for the years that Bungie says are still in store for Destiny 2, because I'm struggling to see a future for the game, at least my future, whether it's beyond the Light and Darkness finale, which is coming in the next expansion, the last part of a quadrilogy that wasn't even planned a few years ago. After the narrative letdown of Lightfall, I'm less confident even that compared to 1 year ago. So he's concluding, the fact that I'm already desperately looking this far ahead goes to show that how little staying power and I think that's a big part of why the community is so down right now. Lightfall was not the lowest point of Destiny 2, but I reckon it was the biggest fumble of any annual expansion, and the effects of that are still sinking in. A lot of little problems and some new big ones have congealed into one disconcerting mess. These days I play Destiny 2 purely for new story missions and weekly raid or dungeon resets. I still encourage people frustrated with any game to take a break, and I've certainly been playing less following my own advice. The smartest thing the Final Fantasy XIV developers ever did was repeatedly encourage people to play other games, rightly acknowledging that even the best MMOs could not be truly bottomless. And I do not expect Destiny to be bottomless. I just want it to play it more than the bare minimum, and that doesn't feel like asking for the moon. So that's the article written by. These are his thoughts, and I think I agree pretty much with everything. The only thing is, for myself, I wouldn't really pay too much attention to the PvP, as I feel that PvP, the Crucible, has been always the weakest link of Destiny, both in the first and the second game. They will not be investing much more in there, because actually the Crucible is easy money. It's it's full of small maps, death matches, which are highly addictive for certain types of players, and they'll offer certain loot that will be tied into this activity. So that's literally easy, does not require a lot of time and effort, because the maps are so tight. There is going to be a lot of dying and rezzing, and that's just the way it is going to be. I'm not expecting anything like a major battle royale map in here where we would play Akora and Zavala and Eris and everyone else with special super abilities. They could create a Destiny. Apex have legends, and there's no reason as to why we shouldn't have this. I'm not sure whether people really thought about it, but I certainly would find that to be very, very exciting, as separate characters could have special abilities similar to what the legends in Apex have. It'd be very, very enjoyable for everyone. You bring in 100 players, or bring like 30-40 teams, 120 players then, and you have the game as a three-piece for everyone who's participating. Be hugely popular, but then you would need to be battling it out in a very, very large map. So it would be a planet, it'd be like what you have on the moon or what you have on Nexus, and then you could strategize, you can come up with different tactics, you can make it really interesting. So every single match comes across as a different type of activity. That certainly would bring people back to the game. Wood said departing from Gambit, which was one of the most popular activities a little while back, together with Escalation Protocol, is ridiculous. And I think the article, the one I read, been reading here online as well, State of the Game, is very defeatist. It's just telling us what they cannot be doing, and that's been the feature of some of those announcements for some time. Like, for instance, the feature of the vaulting. We cannot be doing this because we don't have space, we have this and the other. I find that generally quite dubious. On balance, Destiny is succeeding in terms of its quality content, the overall activity, and some amazing sections never ever seen previously on live service. But at the same time, it's failing on the level through which previously Bungie had very, very good relationship with their community, the members of Destiny community. Now more than 9 years, and that's gone, and that is causing a huge amount of aggravation, discontent, and many people feel that they've just taken a completely different direction. What gamers need to understand, and our friend Mr. Wood was not really describing much, is the cost. Just like everything else in life at the moment has hit historic highs. We never had anything as expensive as it is today, and that includes transportation, housing, energy, fuel, you name it. Everything's up and up. Bungie, as an independent developer, they have massive costs. The energy they're using for what they're doing is phenomenally high. So obviously the costs have gone up and up and up. And when he talked about that acquisition, the acquisition, similar to the transfer you have with a footballer, doesn't mean that that's pocketed. It's an investment. An investment stay there in order to get greater value or to be seen for the company to operate. And I think lots of people don't understand this. They'll say, they made that money. They didn't make that money. The acquisition did not make 3.6 billion for Bungie. It doesn't work like this in the investment business. In the same way as you would say, Ronaldo, the Benzema had gone to those football clubs in Saudi Arabia, and many other players have gone in there for unbelievable amounts of money. Well, actually, what is unbelievable is not the transfer money, it's the salary. And very few people talk about that. They talk about the transfer money, which is massive, but it's the salary of these players that is hugely significant, because it's higher than anything they could have ever dreamt of. So anyway, that's a story for another day. What I want cost, and Destiny and Bungie have got to be able to monetize in certain ways if they are to carry on. This game is unbelievably expensive, and I just find it strange that they continue to run the game on two separate servers, because obviously maybe the idea was to integrate everything immediately, but it was taking time, and two games together run separately are costing them a lot, specifically the sequel, and they will have to really look at the balance sheet and take a decision in terms of what works for them financially. If they carry on like this, they will lose a huge number of participants due to the aggressive monetization policy we've seen of late, which always can be retracted. Don't forget, you can always have content sold, later given for free. There are always different ways to which they can get people to come back in, or indeed get the new gamers. A period of 9 lengthy period for video game, and within 10 years you get new generations of gamers coming in, and you get old generations sometimes departing. I think what Mr. Wood did not state clearly enough is that the reason as to why certain people play games from the 90s, like Final Fantasy and Baldur's Gate and Elder Scrolls, Fallout, is the story. The story of the games is critical in that factor of longevity. Obviously, you are going to be interested in PvP, PvE, various things within the open world, but the story is what really makes the difference. And in Destiny, they try to build a story through the collection of lore, and you're reading about these Destiny legends through the collection of papers or pages from various books which are telling you all about it. I think it's a really wrong way of doing it. Be reading all of those articles in order to know what's happening in Destiny. The reason I described earlier, today's generations are not really article driven. They're audio-visual clips driven, and if you had small clips, like small videos on the inside which you can access, like small cutscenes and mini documentaries telling you all about the history of Destiny, that would draw attention. That would be a lot more pertinent than the articles read. I'm playing Valhalla at the moment, and I have to say Ubisoft had very, very carefully considered the elements of what you are to be reading. So when you pick up certain scrolls or certain texts which need to be read, they're very, very brief. So it's beautifully, beautifully considered. They know that people will not be reading a thesis of some sort, or lengthy essays, because nobody who isn't a hardcore gamer today. This is where the discrepancy is. So that is something that Bungie will need to tackle. They will need to make the lore interactive and audio-visual, and therefore it will make more sense. More cutscenes, more narrative content, more dialogue, more interaction with characters similar to what you have in Oblivion or in Mass Effect, or similar to BioWare games, or even the games produced by Bethesda. But that degree of interactivity is always interesting. I think there's been an article today, and I'll tell you about this in a moment. Anyway, these are my thoughts linked to Destiny. I'm like Austin Wood, looking forward to the expansion. I'm looking forward to the showcase event, and then consequently to the expansion, The Last Shape. I think there are lots of negative, gloomy, doomy predicaments which are presently flying about due to people being dissatisfied. He did clarify that Destiny Destiny is not at the tail end of any sort of investment, and we certainly will see a lot more come from the game. But they did say that with the conclusion of this saga, there is going to be a different direction, and that could also be a completely different concept that is construed for the game. Don't forget, at the moment we have two games that are changing the nature of RPG environment. Baldur's Gate 3, with its unbelievably voluminous content and the standards that the game had introduced now to this sort of huge, massive, big open world RPG. And then you have Starfield, which I guess would be more aligned to Destiny and Mass Effect as a sci-fi game. So it's definitely worthy of our attention. It's definitely important to see how those two games and their reception will be affecting the expectations. As we've seen frequently, in-game activity introduced to a particular title, there were also other titles trying to do something similar in due course, because it was popular and it was just raising the bar. The standards were raised, the expectations were raised, therefore they couldn't offer the product anymore without those types of activities included. We just need to be patient and wait and see. Very spoiled for choice. Many of those big blockbusters, AAA blockbusters, are coming our way, and it feels a bit congested. I think within the next 12 to 18 months, as we are clearing out the backlog of the pandemic, as we've seen last year had been particularly slim on the AAA blockbuster titles, and that's all to do with the actual the period and the process of production. The games will take 2 to 3 years to develop. You're talking about the major big blockbusters, you're talking about lengthier periods than that, and that they've not been able to projects at the time due to the restrictions. So that really poses a problem for all of us if we are to be wanting to engage all the big titles you've seen with Summer Game Festival. There are just too many, and we need to play one at a time and try them out as we go along. And I guess we were spoiled for choice. That's the other thing. If we are spoiled for choice, then we have different expectations and people come up with different ideas. All of that is changing the nature of the industry. I still think we are entering an era where that degree of interactivity coupled with immersion is critical. So what Phil Spencer frequently calls the overall experience of online video gaming. So it's all about the experience, and I agree with that. Xbox really improved significantly the audio quality that you get in certain games. The latest technically, and it's all about being able to come into Valhalla world, the old England of the 9th century, and then explore every single corner, have beautiful visuals, fantastic day and night cycle, wonderful music, beautifully created characters, great narrative. All of that blends in together, and it's the overall immersive experience based on one's own fantasy world, because we enter the world which indeed is resembling the world of that period, with historic facts which are accurate to the characters that indeed existed. At the same time, the way we're experiencing it is entirely through our fantasy world, and we really walk through one period of history for which we are really transforming it. We cannot necessarily affect the outcome, but we can learn about the way things were through the actual gameplay. So it's a different types of experiences, from us being in the game, watching it, playing it, and enjoying the characters, being a full active participant in all activities, to learning about the period of history which is presented before us through codex and activities within the game, various articles, various items you pick up. And obviously, if you are doing the events which are historically accurate, you will remember exactly what you were doing, and therefore the entire period of history will become crystal clear in your mind. Incidentally, I was just yesterday, in fact, meeting with my parishioners in our local church, which is what we do on Sunday. And I talked to two local people who are quite elderly, they're in the 70s and the 80s, about the battles that were fought nearby where we live during those years in the 9th century. The church where we meet had been erected in the 9th century, so it was the church Vikings and the Saxons were taking place in the south of England. So I'm in the game, doing these battles and learning about it, and we had the battles taking place in our locality. So it was interesting to talk to them because they were not aware of the local people. They're from Hertfordshire, and they were not aware of the tactics, the strategies, and the conquests that the great King Alfred was able to do or complete against the Vikings. And it's a very interesting experience because I know all about it through my own interest in history, which I researched and explored in a local museum and our local library and various other facilities that I use. But then, being the game, I'm kind of watching it, I'm seeing it. I really see things to a degree which previously would have not been possible, and I'm an active participant as characters, learning about all the kings, the kingdoms of England of the era. So it's really it's a wonderful game, It does present us with new standards, and I think it's been overlooked. I didn't see or read that many articles about the latest trilogy of Assassin's Creed titles, for which they would be seen as a proper educational content for everyone who is indeed involved with the overall exploration of history. And as we know, the three titles are dedicated to Egypt, Greece, and England. So there's a huge capacity for further education and for us, as gamers, to learn if we want to, and engage with the sections through DLCs or mini museums or anything else within the game that's actually pointing us into the right direction. Destiny and the directions that Bungie is taken, and I've got only about 2 or 3 other bits of news. It's not a huge amount, and we have just bear with me, I saw that earlier. Did I really not pin it? I didn't pin it, I actually forgot. Well, the concern arising from the RPG industry, other developers, is that the new Baldur's Gate 3, which is so great in London, played at the moment by so many different people, is setting up the new standards for that type of game, and they're worried that the new standards will just have to be upheld, just like anything else. You watch action thrillers, and every single time, if you've got better stunts or better visuals, the other films coming out in the future will have to do something similar. They'll have to be up to certain standards, financially as well. And so that's a very big concern, and I think the concern is linked to the volume more than anything else. The volume of the game is phenomenal, which means requires huge funds if you are to be creative. Obviously, you can make a game that looks very basic visually, but you will have a lot of dialogue and a lot of text and good story. Not quite the same, because that game is blending it all together. It's fantastic visuals, plenty of cutscenes, great narrative, interesting characters, even introducing that adult content that appears to be very, very popular amongst the gamers. So it's certainly a legitimate concern. The concern is about them not being able to get to the same revenue resources in order to be able to deliver that type of product. But I think that remains to be seen. Still early days, and I've not seen any major concerns or complaints about Baldur's Gate in terms of its more to do the complaints about its incredible superior quality to anything else. So we'll just wait and see. We've heard that Eternal Champions game that's come out recently is super weird and super charming, and I have seen a bit of it the other day. It definitely looked very intriguing, and the writer Jennifer Allen, who writes for Eurogamer, she said, I can't remember when I bought Eternal Champions, which is annoying because I always remember obscure purchases to the detriment of remembering genuinely useful things, besides the fact it would have been a Mega Drive game that I had not seen before. Can be fairly confident the game cover sold it to me. I would have been about 10 at the time. My sole reference point was occasionally games, magazines, a lot of browsing, and thinking, oh, that really looks good. And for myself, being 10-year-old, this was like just the best. And she's saying how, for instance, the brief Google while writing this cover was painted by Julie Bell, an American illustrator and fantasy artist, which is terrific. I agree. I remember the cover. I love all the artwork to do with the Eternal Champions. Ignore my words for a moment and look at the screenshots and the photos from the manual. They're really lovely character models, and they're mostly courtesy of Ernie Chan, a comic book artist who worked on a lot of DC and Marvel comics during the 1970s. I'm very familiar because I read quite a lot of these comics, and definitely his works during that period were highly noted. So she goes on and on with a description of the game, and she's just literally asking whether we are still excited about the weirdness of the characters, the weirdness of the activities, which is present in Eternal Champions. And she says, well, what's the weirdest part through the game? In this game, while picking out villains in other fighting games, is easy enough. This one is less of a morality tale. Instead, everyone's simply trying to save mankind by defeating each other in battle. As you do, it actually makes for a disjointed affair, as it's hard to fully get Eternal Champions. Instead, you focus on simply figuring it all out. The main story is tough, and it's very tough, with your AI opponent easily taking out a fair chunk of your health just with one hit. It was a little slow even at the time, so it feels slower now, but there is still the satisfaction that comes from stringing those moves together, as held by my copy, including a combo card for tips. Well, it's certainly a very, very, very good reflection on the game, and I remember looking at the game a little while back, and certainly they stayed with me. And we've heard that Baldur's Gate 3 is now 2023's best reviewed game according to Metacritic. Well, not surprising, because there's so many players doing it every single day. He's breaking all records, and I told you all about the option that Discord has. They've introduced the direct stream from Xbox Series X and S to Discord. I researched that the other day, because remember me telling you about the introduction of that last week, and basically it's going directly through Discord, so it's not something that will go through Twitch at the same time, and that's really not good, because I wanted to use that in order to get my Xbox streams on Twitch and get the high quality side, but apparently it doesn't work like this, either Twitch or Discord. So it's going to be Twitch for me, I'm afraid. Discord certainly not a platform that I want to be engaging with stream wise, but if I was to be community members, we can obviously do it on Discord, but that's very, not many of these will be run, as I do everything live online through Twitch at the moment. And then we have we have some news coming out of Bungie as well, in relation to Lance Reddick and Commander Zavala. So Destiny developer Bungie discussed how it plans to continue the character of Commander Zavala following the death of voice actor Lance Reddick, in fact, earlier in the year. And they said that Zavala was central to Destiny's story, and that the character will continue to remain prominent for years to come. Henceforth, Zavala's English voice lines will be provided by veteran actor Keith David, starting with next year's expansion, The Final Shape and Beyond. So we know full well about Keith David and his works in the Mass Effect series. So anyone who is doubting whether that's going to be a good fit, just listen to Captain Anderson in Mass Effect, and you'll see that the voices are really quite similar, and they will have the same sort of aura, which I think is fundamental for Zavala's character. So there is just certainly no chance that Zavala will be discontinued or cut down or anything like that. We'll have Keith David replacing Lance Reddick and then carrying on as normal. Okay, so the last bit we have again is on Destiny, and Paul Tassi, who is the regular writer on Destiny, is simply indicating that the player should really manage expectations for the Final Shape showcase. We're 2 weeks away from it, and he says he'll cover and he said that many people said that the overall player morale was as low as it's been for some time, but the final shape must blow us away or shatter expectations, so it needs to be absolutely tip-top. And he says, well, that's really not something that people should be entertaining, because therefore the expectations could be too high, resulting in a disappointment. And he said the options for our final villains of the saga are not exactly a mystery. Zero-Rat could be in the mix somewhere, and then the Witness is obviously the main target. But since this is the end of the Light and Darkness saga, it stands to reason that after all this shakes out, there will be no more Traveler, no more Witness in whatever form that takes, even if we retain all our light and dark superpowers. I don't really agree with that. I don't think that there's a possibility for the Witness to be eliminated, but for the Traveler, why? I wouldn't see the reason for that. Where we all realize the Traveler has been the bad guy all along and we fight it somehow instead. But this season we already heard the full origin of both the Witness and the Traveler, so that's not really a mystery to be solved. We're probably getting a sixth and final subclass. The red one has leaked the exact same way Strand leaked. Bungie previewed a bunch of changes, or lack of changes, that will come over the course of the next few seasons. We know that the expansion is not going to surprise launch with a bunch of Crucible and Gambit maps. And he says, I'm not saying that we should expect the final shape to be bad. I'm saying that even given the last 2 to 3 expansions, we should kind of know the format of what's coming. And given the nature of this being the final expansion of the saga, we should know that we are ultimately ridding ourselves of the Traveler and Witness when all is said and done. Well, this is all speculations, my friends. I think it is unlikely that we'll have some Destiny as a concept. What is likely is that we'll have a new direction, and the new direction may have different characters and new elements of the story. So, like we've seen in some other games and films and series, it's a change of direction. Alright, my friends, I talked a lot about our community-based content, about streaming, about what I've been doing during the weekend, about clipping, about other people joining our community and making and creating certain clips and live streams online. Talked about content creation, talked about why it's so important to carry on with these types of activities, as I believe they revolutionized our own capacity to discover our own hidden talents. And now we're going to be doing what we like doing the best, and that is some gameplay in Destiny 1. So let's see who's out there and who may want to join us. So let's see. I already had some invitations. We've had you. We'll see whether she is going to be there still. I'll be able to bring her in. We'll see whether Zenith, Gale, Sakapupu, Shaba, or any other friends are there. We'll see. Who is out there today? Let's see. Friend Plumber 1 is there. Okay. And let's see who else we have. Well, we'll see. Maybe Zenith would want to join us. If Zenith is watching, just please let me know and I'll be able to bring you in, or you are going to be able to, well, you'll be able to come in, or I'll join your game. We'll decide. So what we'll do first, as always, is we'll go to the tower and then we'll do some admin, and then after that we'll decide on what activities we'll be pursuing today. What I do need to tell you, my friends, is that I've been doing the stream for the 3rd consecutive month, and I will have a break towards the end of this month. So during the break I will not be doing any broadcasts live on Twitch, but there will be other communication on other platforms during that period. It will be coinciding with the showcase, and I'm actually traveling on the 22nd, so I will be watching the showcase, unfortunately not on my perfect setup, but probably on my tablet whilst traveling, and I'll update you on the details, and maybe I'll run a short stream or maybe do a podcast or so. Then obviously we'll resume as usual once I get back. So I just thought I should mention it fairly early, as a lot of people come here every day knowing that the session is going to be there, which is what we had with this degree of regularity for quite some time. as a streamer. So that's, you know, quite lengthy. And I wish I would have done some streaming even prior to 2018, but practically due to the relocation and you know, inability to access faster internet speeds and all this was not really possible. And as you've seen, I still struggled during the period of well, almost 5 years really. Just recently I was able to remedy some of the issues, and still not perfect. You know, the 4G internet speed is all right, but it doesn't give us the quality that we want. But the arrival of 5G internet and 5G signal in my immediate in my area is more or less imminent. So we should be with, you know what? I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before. Like, I've been here a million times and I've never seen what's written in there. Well, that's extraordinary, isn't it? You learn something every single day. And you can see there's Destiny Sign and Atrium Prognatorum. Well, I'm not really that well versed in Latin, so if you, my friends, are at home with it, you'll be able to tell me exactly what that means. Anyway, what I said was I've had problems with speeds, and hopefully once we get 5G, which is more or less imminent within the next couple of months, I should be able to have a even better quality resolution. 5G internet speeds are very, very good, and they should not have the same degree of latency and to what we're having now with 4G. Anyway, wait and see. Still, it's good to see that everything is already a lot better compared to the past, and also be very grateful to our community members for their patience with the poor picture quality and all the interferences. But on the other hand, it's not that uncommon. We've seen that with lots of different. I mean, I live in a very urban area. I live in a city, and I'm boggling that in Britain we can't be having fibre. But anyway, I told you many times about it, so I won't really go back to that. Right, so let's just see what we need to do there admin-wise. And before I do that, I need to get my glasses. Just bear with me.
Books for the Titans. Too heavy. New address. New address. New monarchy. Very important. Says so on the package. 2 hours to the wall. 2 hours back. Impossible route. Message for Zer. What's Zer?
Alright, my friends, let's see what we've got before us. To do a bit of admin. First of all, we need to go to our friend Katie. Okay, so we can quickly get rid of that. Yeah, all of that's been sorted the other day. Who else is here? Let me see. Do we see anyone who is a friend? Master Rahul will give us some money, I think. Oh no, it's this thing. Choleric Dragon. Alright, I've got that one in the vault, I think. rocket launcher, grenadier, perfect balance. Yeah, I don't really need it. Used it before extensively. It's quite a good one, but once you have your Galahorn on, then everything else is just secondary. Don't really hung of Kreuter. The other one is that I also use instead. If I'm not using Galahorn, for instance. Right, so we need to go where? Lakshmi, I think. Should be able to increase my reputation with her. Well, you go back to Destiny 1, Amanda Still's great. Together with Cade, one of the most popular characters. We'll go for weapons. The waiting, strange coin, bellicose. We've got all of that. We don't need any of it. Look at it. Bellicose, properly masterworked. And what was there? There was this weapon as well, fusion rifle, which is what I've got in the vault. Don't really need it. I don't need to bother. Okay, so that's all sorted. So what are we going to be doing? I need to get some bounties, I think. There was nothing for me to buy from Xer during the weekend. I had all the items that he had to offer. Looks like one Siva could pick up. Okay.
What is an engram, you ask? Data. Open log. Check.
So bounty. Hansen is there. Hello. Probably waiting for somebody to come in. And weekly story missions. Maybe, let me think just for a moment. We'll go to orbit first. Before I do that, I'm just curious. You know, I've seen that more than 1,200 people had watched that clip, so I'm curious to see whether there's been a change. Well, you see, that's doing quite good as well. The other one, I've placed the Discovering Scorch Cannon less than 2 hours ago. Already had views, so that's quite a few people watching it. So, you know, like I said to you before, these clips and reels and shorts are very popular. It's the trend at the moment, so it's just a fact. Just quickly see this. Yeah, just going up and up, really. Going up and up, so that's really amazing, isn't it? The number of people are watching these clips. And then let's see on TikTok. I want to see, I'm curious, because I'm well, actually, hang on a minute, I'll give you something else. I'll give you the latest one that's very popular at the moment, and I'll put this one here on the chat so you can see it. That's the one. That's the one, and it's called Discovering Scorch Cannon. I've been given a free pet for Elder Scrolls Online, and that's probably in view of me playing yesterday the game, so that's really cool. Quite like the idea. Excellent. I'll pick this up a bit later. Oh no, I want to see this on TikTok, that's right. I forgot about this. Bear with us. It looks like the diagnostics have not been popping up yet. We'll see what diagnostics we'll get later on, so it's a bit too early on TikTok. And let me see on Twitter. I was curious to see what's happened there with that just one positive test. Yeah, I didn't think this would do too well either. Getting some views, so it's not bad. And then let's see what's happening on Facebook. Well, it's fun, isn't it? Suddenly we have such versatility, really going from one platform to another. Yeah, they're also being watched there, so that's quite good. So we are getting a substantial traffic, so that's quite good. So I think we'll probably see some people gravitate and wanting to be involved with some of our online activities, and that's the that's the idea behind it. So anyway, we'll do some CVOS to warm up. We have small arms, primary weapon damage is favored. We have Berserk, minions of the darkness won't flinch. Void burn, void damage from resources increased, and then heroic enemies appear in greater numbers. So let's see what CVOS are going to bring us. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm supporting a charitable fundraiser, and I'm supporting Mind, the charity that's based in the UK, the charity that works with people who are experiencing mental health issues or emotional difficulties, and they definitely need our support and help. So just make sure that you click on the link which is pinned to the top of the chat and read a bit about it. And if you decide to be involved, or you want to help us, or you want to donate, just click on the link which is on that page, and you'll get all the information. You can donate really as much or as little as you want. You can adjust the amount, and most importantly, the information you have on the page also is giving you the full view of our stream, so you can be viewing the stream from the page, and that is going to be not using as much bandwidth compared to what you get on Twitch app. So definitely worth keeping the link, purely for the purpose of saving your internet allowance if you're watching or video here through your mobile operator. And as I said, you can donate as much or as little as you want. All the revenue will be going directly to Mind through Tiltify. Tiltify is the platform that is making it possible. So just keep it in mind that there are lots of people out there who are less fortunate than ourselves. People who do need our support, people who do need reassurance and sometimes professional services. And that is exactly I want to support these extra financial and human resources, and that means more services for people who are in need. What you've seen was my sleeper simulant that I left in there since the Prison of Elders, and sleeper simulant was helping me eliminate those nasty wizards, which are always there. When you do Prison of Elders, it's very easy to get eliminated by the wizards. So Sleeper Simulant deals with them immediately. Some precision kills as well, in addition to everything else. How many people have we got here? Just one or two? Okay. Ah. What? Still there. Yeah, friends there.
Pinpointed another SIVA node.
So we'll go there and deal with whatever comes our way. Forgot yet again to use my synth, which is what happens to me frequently. I'm saying to everyone, you must remember to use your synth, but actually I forget to do that. Okay, so our nodes are destroyed. Looks like we have a 2-piece in here, not a 3-piece. Ah, got killed by some vandal right at the top. Ah. You can use a Galaphon, friend. You can just blow them all to pieces. So. Thank you, thank you. This is what I like to see. Hang on. Do we not need to go there? We do, yeah.
That's the last node. Security protocols are clear and hackable.
Yep, that's fine.
Push forward, Guardian.
Ah, gone the wrong way. Right to the back room.
Splicers have fortified the entrance. We've got heavy resistance.
They must have driven the
There
hive
is
deeper
heavy
into the
resistance in
silos.
there.
Fight
Watch
through
out.
it.
Okay. I think probably I'm full. Yeah. Didn't have to take any of it. Oh, we've got somebody else joining us now, Ricardo. Right. Ah. Oh no, I missed it. Look at that. That's ridiculous. Just bounced off. I keep forgetting that in Destiny 1 we can't grapple, you know? It's a bit silly. Should have really kept it in mind. Ah! Should have been crouching, I think, more than anything else.
I'm pinging new SIVA energy spikes below us. Multiple nodes, all powering another barrier. But I can't nail down their locations. The readings are too sporadic.
You know what to do, Guardian. Find those nodes, unload on
Oh,
them,
we all
keep
died.
moving.
Why? That's weird.
I'm pinging new SIVA energy spikes below us. Multiple nodes, all powering another barrier. But I can't nail down the sporadic.
You know what to do, Guardian. Find those nodes, unload on them, and keep moving.
Our friend's quite eager, we'll just let him get on, right?
It's hard to get a clean reading down here. Keep moving. The closer we get to each node, the easier they are to match.
I have not used my secondary.
Looks like the splashers have taken this hatchery. The high bioorganic architecture is still intact, but there are microbursts of SIVA activity all around us.
Used to be the Fallen would attack for resources, for survival, revenge. To invade a hive nest like this? SIVA's changed them.
Alright, still getting strong SIVA readings. There must be another node. That did it. No idea what those nodes were protecting, but the barrier's down.
Oh, stuck on a chair there. Ooh.
You're all that stands between the Splicer's High Priest and whatever mad science he's cooking up down there. End this.
Now just let me get on with it. I want to sit on his head.
Did you find the High Priest?
Yeah, we'll wait for our friends to join us. We're not going to do anything before they
Get a
come
closer
in.
look at that thing.
Yeah, just wait for the third person as
I
well.
wonder what they're willing to do to us.
Sounds like you're about to find out. Eyes up, Guardian.
Ah, that's annoying. Yeah, it's my fault actually. I just attacked him head on, you know. Should have just left it.
Makes you wonder what they're willing to do to us.
Sounds like you're about to find out. Eyes up, Guardian.
Where's he gone? Oh, go away. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, again. That's annoying. Thank you. This ogre got me. Man, I'm dying quite a few times in here. Thank you. Maximum team effort, that's a good see. It's really good. Those silly ogres on my tail. Ah. He just kills me immediately. There's a lich who just looks at me and I'm dead. Ah, that's not very good for me, is it? I got hit by something, somewhere. Ah, ogre now. What was that?
What a mess. The High Priest wasn't looking to
I'll
build
pick
a
up
hive slave
artifacts at the
army.
Iron
He
Lords,
was
that's
just removing
good.
their body parts to be joined with Siva.
Bioengineering's become the Splicer's main MO. We're lucky to have dropped their high
Let's
priest
see
before he can
how
perfect any of this
many I've
madness,
got
but
there.
it's gotta make you wonder.
I did pick up some extra skeleton
other
cubes. I got
perversions are they
enough, yeah,
planning?
okay. Take one. Devil's Dawn, yeah, okay. Ah, it's not really too exciting, is it? Ah! Better see if our friends will stay with us for another strike. Ah, we got this one completed, that one completed, so a couple of engrams. Performing good deeds, I completed that. I've done so many of those good deeds that just registered. Quite weird, it's taken so long, shouldn't have done. Well, this time around I'm not going to be doing anything as forward.
The House of Devils marked you as public enemy number 1 after you trashed their prime servitor, but your old friend Sepix Prime is back. And apparently
Sepix.
better than ever, thanks to the Devil Splice.
How many times did I play that Sepix?
Zavala's not too happy
Many,
about the
many
idea of the
times.
Splicers playing Godmaker. I can't blame him.
So what you're saying is it's time. I'm sure the Fallen will be happy to see us.
The new and improved Sepix is holed up in the Devil's Lair. You know what to do.
Loads of these. They're not really necessary, but never mind. We'll do them all.
The Hive are still holding ground in the refinery, but I'm also tracking multiple SIVA energy signatures. Well, that's new.
Oh, he nearly got me that last night. Yep, that's right. I know that one. Yeah.
The Splicers have a laser grid blocking the way. I should be able to disable it. In the meantime, do not touch the lasers and watch my back.
Alright, that looks good. Yeah.
halfway through, but we've got major hive reinforcements inbound. Good luck.
Oh, that rocket got me. Somewhere. Ridiculous. Thank you. One more left in here. No heavy ammunition used at all, but guess what, I've got loads of synths. I bought loads of these up there.
Grid's clear. Let's get out of here.
Okay, so that's all been done and dusted. Sepix will be next. Hate that Sepix. That seems just about right.
You, a sea of devils and an angry machine god waiting on the other side. I'd say lock and load, but I'm sure you already did.
Oh, stuck in there. Oh. I apologise to our friends, that was my fault. Oh, Steve offering, we've got one. Alright. Who's up there? Oh, he was up there. Our friend got hit. Okay.
Why would the splicers rebuild Sepix? They already have Siva.
I can make a guess. Maybe an offer to the other devils. A show of power.
What?
You know, in Siva we trust, and in Siva
I
all
hate
things
that
are possible.
vandal in there. causing us all these
Show them that
troubles.
their god is nothing but metal and tech.
Sepix perfected in all his glory.
Sepix perfected in all his glory, indeed. But we are going to be destroying that glory. Have I got any more? Probably not yet. Oh, I can. Okay, good. That's it. Sepix gone.
Sepix was the Splicer's next big play. Present a god for all to worship. Then control the flow of ether to control the house.
I guess they didn't factor us into the plan.
So, did we
Any
complete
wrench
another
we can throw in
bounty?
that works is a good thing.
No, we did not.
Guardian, you make one hell of a wrench.
Models and okay. We'll stay in there for a few more Sivas and then we'll go to the Iron Temple. We need to get some admin sorted in there. Very quiet today again, and not many people coming in to talk to us live, and why that had. Well, last week we had a couple of days with quieter sessions. We'll see. Well, people got to do other things in addition to playing Destiny and watching Twitch streams. That's the fact. guess our friends had enough there. We had a 3-piece, but usually people do 2 or 3, see us to warm up, and then they move on to other activities.
The Black Garden may not stay among us for long. Something has begun to repair the schism torn by its destruction. Vex now flood the garden channels to protect it. Garden and begin to summon back its heart.
Black Garden.
this place
Anyone
better.
else that would make just me? There's another one up there, firing at me. We'll go to the other one, which is at the back. Wondering whether my super did any good in that. Well, it looks like it did look good. Ah, didn't see him. Come on, that's ridiculous. The rocket still managed to find me. Just have to remember that the rockets need to be neutralized with my primary weapon, which is what I forgot. Yeah. Need more. So we'll go for this one first, I think. Well, this is a bit odd. So where's he gone? So 2 bounties I completed in there, so that's not too bad. Okay, that was close. Still there. Yeah, better get out of here. Oh, go away. Why was he not tethered? Odd. Well, third time lucky, right? Got to be. Have a streak. Oh, we got that one there. Look at him. Oh, go away! Go away! That's terrible. That was costing me. Ah well.
I like this place better when it's dead.
Ah, miscued. Why is he not gone? Finally. Not taking. Oh, can't believe it. Need to race and eliminate them with my dark drinker. Team score. What team? There's no team in here.
I like this place better when it's dead.
It's taken him forever to disappear. another rocket from somewhere. Well, it looks like we're finally getting somebody in here, which is good. Oh, cargo bay. Couldn't really pull out my fusion rifle quick enough. Thank you. Something got me there. And now we got a 3-piece, which is good, soothing compared to what we had earlier. Jinx Unlucky, that's a very good user ID, isn't it? Or gamer tag. That city disappeared. The whole lot of them. Yeah, look at that. Well, Precursor got me, but I think they should have been all long gone. Oh, go away. It's too many Minotaurs in there. Our friends are eager to get to the boss, but you know, we'll get there in good time. Well, Galathorn needs to be put on for this one. And another synth needs to be also used. So we got plenty of ammunition for the boss. Got stuck in there. Got stuck in there. Don't know what it was. Thank you. Well, I'm out of ammunition. See if it's safe. Another rocket. I haven't got it. Man. Didn't want to cave in. Well, that'd be tricky. Just wait for a second. Hide in there. Well, thank you. That worked. Should be dead. Nah. Blue polyphage. Picked up some of those materials. Brutal efficiency, okay.
But the Vex will never cease until their birthplace is restored, and we must keep it here until we can.
Let's see how many binders I completed, if any. Oh, 2 are completed, okay. Strange coin. How many strange coins have I got? Hang on. 30. Yeah, I need. Once he comes back next weekend. But he had nothing really for me this weekend, and I had plenty of synths on me, so there was no need for me to be purchasing it again. Let's see if our friends will stay with us for the next strike. Hopefully, maybe, possibly. Yep, that's good. No waiting periods. We're just slotted in straight away as a 3-piece. Maybe we'll get Omegle. That'd be fun. Anyway, anyone who's just joined us, I've been doing some clips of our activities here with our friends and community members, and you can find them on TikTok. You can find them also on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. So it's a selection, it's about 9 I think, I posted yesterday and today. And every day when we do some activities with our members and our friends, we'll do exactly the same. We'll just keep generating these clips telling you what we're actually doing in this arena. If you want to watch it full frame, watch them on Twitch or YouTube. If you want to see some reels, no, actually YouTube is also reels, so it's on Twitch, that'll have clips, but on all the other ones will be just portrait. It looks like
Why do you think they crashed their ship into the Dreadnought?
what you get on your mobile phone, right? So it's not full frame.
The Vanguard intercepted a signal.
But it's been popular. I have to say I was very surprised that more than 2,000 people already have clips, so that's really pretty good. That's not good. I need to change the weapon. Keep forgetting. We don't need a Galahorn at the moment. We need our Dark Drinker, and we need
Marking the coordinates now.
some ammunition. Colossus is here, alright. Okay. Just a bit of fun with some ads down here. Didn't have to stay there, but you know, good fun.
A tank? Why would you bring a tank to space?
It's actually a better picture in here, isn't it? All those enemies wasted in there. Oh. Probably got hit in there. Can't get to the wheel there. Has it exploded? I finally have to order that. Looks like.
We can reacquire the brothers.
Alright, that's good. Well, you're getting somewhere.
They need to be stopped. Go careful.
Well, no more ads. Still some super left, but full brawler. Look at that.
Taken and Cabal fighting for the bridge. Wherever the brothers are.
I have
they
one
aren't
clip
here.
with us
Let's keep
fighting
moving.
those Bond brothers on the reel, so you can check them out. Both on YouTube and TikTok.
relationship. That's the power of the Brotherhood bond, Guardian. Kind of reminds me of Means of Allah. Less yelling, of course.
That is a lot of Cabal explosives hooked up to the Dreadnought core. There are munitions hooked up to each structural weakness on the core.
Oh, the brothers are here! Take them out!
More ammunition. Oh, why did it go there? Thank you.
Targets are neutralized.
Somewhere, an awful... Some Imperial flunky is getting a message. Word that these brothers are dead and they have no more ranking soldiers in our system. You made that happen.
Alright, so that's enough of our Seavers for today, I think. We'll depart from the strikes, go back to the tower, to a bit of admin. and then we'll decide on what to do next. Generally what we do is Pinnacle weekly activities. That's usually what we tend to be doing. Increasing intellect. I like that helmet though, I've got to say. Inverse shadow and second thoughts, so it's increasing super energy, which will help. So we have one legendary engram. I'll keep the rest, and we'll... oh, two even. Alright. Visit our friend Master Rahul. Yeah, that was the one I have got. Memory. Yeah, that I don't have in the vault. Alright. So let's go to the tower and do a bit of admin. Oh no, actually what we'll do is we'll go to where is it? It's not here. Iron Temple. Just remember that I had completed one task given to me by Tyra, so I'll be able to collect that. So I'll be very good. Just curious to hear from our community members about Assassin's Creed being offered for free this weekend. Wondering whether you guys have been toying with any of the titles, and if so, which ones? I'm playing Valhalla at the moment, so there was no time for anything else. I played it on Saturday and Sunday, and always very enjoyable. Massive big open world to explore. Old England in the 9th century with Eivor. Eivor is the Viking captain, and either raiding or coming up with agreements depending on what types of
Observations of Siva so
enemies she's facing.
What is your hunt uncovered?
Okay, so I'm getting something for...
So high.
okay,
That is a reflection of your life.
chord, ending strides, Takanoi, no, that's nothing. None of this is any good. Long tomorrow, size, switchblade. See, this cloak I quite like. Warden's cloak. Vanguard champion, automatic rifle, sniper rifle. Oh. It's always good to remember that some cloaks will have enhanced weapon abilities, so it's important to stick them in if you feel that you're a bit weak or you need some extra power. Yes, I have already completed these bounties. Hang on, what else do I have there? If anything. Plaguelander. Wrath of the Machine. Wonder where I can get back in with the Crucible. I don't know. We have got some
Checking Guardian.
stuff with our friend Postmaster and Gabby rather than Katie.
Done.
What's this? Oh, emblem. Alright.
Transfer.
Okay. So let's just go through the strides and gauntlets, and then Raya. Hi, Squidder.
Received. Acknowledged. Confirmed.
Not enough space, alright. Well, that was tricky, so we'll have to be able to stick some of that in the vault.
Please come back. Stand back.
Okay. So for the armor, let's just see. Bonds and cloaks, okay. Brawler's cloak, we've got one, so we can just get rid of it. That's doubles, and then we'll put one helmet in there. Which one? Croyta mask. No, so that's clear for me to do a bit more admin in there with my postmaster friend.
Anything for you? Transferred.
Wolf pelt. That's out, and then this one will need to go to more.
All done, all done.
But actually I'm not gonna bother, I'll delete it. Neurogast. Okay, so that's resolved. Alright, so let me think, what do I do next? Some bounties, maybe?
But it's also an opportunity. Wow, I knew you were good. But Iron looked good. That's impressive. Don't get too cocky out there.
Okay.
Updating assignment schedule.
ready to hunt fallen, Guardian.
Alright, let me think. We'll go to orbit, then we'll decide what to do next. Well, we try something interesting. So the weekly story plays airborne, damage, cause more damage while in the air. Juggler, non-munition drops for equipped weapon. Heroic, enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. Okay, we'll see. Double check weaponry here. I got everything I need. Dark Drinker. Alright. And let me see this one.
We went to the moon seeking vengeance, but it found us first. Crota, the son of Oryx. We'd never faced anything like him. In the end, only I was left. His armies destroyed our moon. If we don't stop them, I fear Earth will suffer the same fate. Sardon commands the hive spawn on Earth. Search the grotto, find this monster, and see to his end.
Crota. Just when you hear that word Crota, just like sends chills down your spine, doesn't it? Just one. That's too bad. Need a lot more than one. At least 80. It's been a while since I played this story mission. Yeah, that's getting invisibility with this new gauntlet, Don't Touch Me, so that's quite useful in here. Nearly forgot that these thralls are exploding. Now the trick is that we've had loads of these with Omnigov as well. See, it makes me invisible, so that's very useful. But it's just for a very short while, it's not for long.
Sardon is the first of Crota's disciples. His army helped shatter the moon and claim it for his master. His presence here is a sign. The Hive are preparing to wake Crota's soul.
Blade of Crota. Surely there must be another one down here. Maybe not. Ah, the Blade of Crota is gone. Dark Drinker, and that's also not too bad. Really good.
I survived for years in the tunnels under the moon, using the shadows as the Hive do. Keep your eyes open. Now that Sardon has fallen, come see me. There is more to do. The rest of Crota's disciples will not cease until Earth is ready for their master's return.
That was easy. I literally just walked through it. But sometimes you want to come across missions like this. Isn't that the fact? I've eaten all my biscuits, so I need to buy a few today when I go shopping after the stream. This one, don't touch me, very useful. Very useful. I like this one as well, Caprice thing, but I think this one, taking damage from melee attack, makes you briefly invisible. That really helps. Back to weekly story missions. I should have completed the whole lot. Played loads of them already. Hard. Alright. When am I going to be able to get in there? Eliminations, supremacy, control. See if anybody comes in. Just curious. I've not done any Crucible here in Destiny 1 for some time, and it's always good fun to pop in for a couple of matches, but I don't think we are, because generally we face these very lengthy queues, and it's been like that for quite some time, and I'm patient, you know, I can wait here for 5 minutes or so, but it takes hours before you get in. And that's definitely no fun. Well, as you could see, there's not even one person slotted in. Probably run just a few rooms for many thousands of players who want to come in, and then you're left in a queue. So yeah, we've seen that many times before. That is of no interest to me. And oh, okay. Go to the tower to pick up a few bounties. Vanguard bounties maybe, more than Seavus if we do the other ones. But doing the story missions is always good fun, revisiting some of those that we've not been doing for quite some time. It's like walking down a memory lane, and I always enjoy doing this, and every week we get different story missions. The only thing is sometimes these are repetitive, you don't get as many. There have been lots of complaints about that really on Reddit about both games, and I think that they should be rotating better. That's what I believe should be happening. I like the cloak, don't you? Like a proper Future War Cult cloak.
Service normal. Resolved.
Just double check something. Future War Cult on, just for fun, just to have it aligned with our cloak. What do I pick up then? On this one. Yeah, that one is of no use whatsoever.
Bad weather in this one.
And we'll go there and pick up some bounties. Let's see what else is there for us. Grenade kills, heavy kills, take that bit. Yeah, maybe I'll just get rid of some of that glimmer. Not a good idea to have too much currency.
Let's go. Someone who knows what they need.
Okay, that should be enough. Right, so back to story missions, methinks. That's pretty. Look at the lovely sunset in there. Take a shot of this once the ship goes. Come on, hurry up. Don't want to miss the opportunity to have the really pretty picture postcard shot. Take lots of screenshots, and what I do is I post them on Twitter usually, and we had some on Instagram as well in the past. They represent and immortalize our community-based activity here on the channel, so it's always good fun to have quite a few. And see, that's a pretty picture. We'll take a screenshot of this. Just saying earlier how beautiful Valhalla is with their day and night cycle and the seasonal cycle, so it's really absolutely extraordinary. One of the best I've seen, actually, if I'm to be honest. Day and night cycle are generally quite good in Ubisoft games, Far Cry series as well as The Division and Assassin's Creed. They have really that really good texture. Look beautiful. Just really spices up the atmosphere of the game. Seasonal and day-night content really make a huge difference. And sometimes some literally riding into the sunset, or on departing early in the day, dawn break. Looks amazing. Fantastic colours. And also, if you watch it and if you play it on the latest consoles, you get this extra high, ultra high resolution, just razor sharp, and that gives you really a completely different experience of the game. I've got to say, I really love it. I really enjoy it, and the frame rate's very easy on the eye as well.
Try to find the source of the interference and stop it.
Skolas jamming signals with high servitors.
Well, we frequently play that.
More tactic, advanced warfare. May fool Petra, does not fool me. I shall be your guide. Servitor is source of interference.
Destroyable servitor, look at that.
Still corrupted. Wolves must have second servitor. Push forward. Find the source.
Oh. Well, good job I purchased all this since, eh? Otherwise I'd be out of ammunition. Generally in Destiny 1 I'm never out of ammunition. Like with kind of as a strike or story mission where I literally had no ammunition on the primary. That was really odd. Oh, he's there. So any time I'm being punched I go invisible, and that's useful. Particularly if you're being punched from behind, enemies can't see you, so that's pretty good.
Was vicious, even for a fallen kill. I could not stomach his hate.
Ah, he was spying on me there. Could have been an instant death.
It is good to work with you, with Petra. All that are fallen are not lost, yes?
How can I miss that?
See it?
Excellent.
Yeah,
Whatever you
just
did, your
missed
signal's
it.
coming through loud and clear now. Varix, are you with us?
Yes, yes, I am here. Kings will see Wolfpack as well. They will not be pleased.
The wolves are approaching an old command center beyond the rocket yard. That must be where the kings are hidden. At the Battle of Twilight Gap, the Devils, the Kings, and the House of Winter joined forces to take on the city. The House of Wolves could have turned the tide for the Fallen, but my queen interfered.
You are here to deny Skolas House Kings. They will not know. They will try to kill you. Kill them back.
I'm detecting lots of activity from the command center. I think you dropped the servitor jamming just in time.
If Kings detected House Wolves before attack, Skolas may have met his match.
Nocturia Pikachu is there, becoming our friend and our new community member. Nocturia Pikachu, welcome. Thank you for watching and thank you for wanting to join us and our community. Hope you'll enjoy all of our content and everything we do here every day. Definitely a very dedicated Destiny community of veterans and gamers. Mind you, have veterans of Warzone and Apex in here too, of the Division, but Destiny has been the backbone of everything. So that's the way it's been. Right, so I've got some perks that need to be unlocked. So let's see what these are. Trying to level up some of the extra equipment that I've got there. Increase discipline. This is a very good one. What is going on? Cheek. Nope, it's there actually. There. Arc armor. Arc burn defense. So that's masterworked. Okay, I don't have to do that anymore. That's Warlocks. Alright. Alright, so these ones are still leveling up, that's fine. Brendan. Pikachu. Oh, that was wrong. Should have not done that. Hang on. Ah, that was wrong. I wanted to do two things. Go forward and bring in our friend, you know, so that really didn't pay the dividends. So there you are. Remember that if you do the same sort of thing. Nocturia Pikachu. There we are. Nocturia Pikachu. So that's good. Yeah, fabulous. Just bringing our friend, someone who wanted to join us after discovering us probably through the reels. And let me see, what do we do here? Well, do that. This was, they say it was going to be hard, but they're not really up to anything that would come across as hard. Well, I got killed, but still. A bit tired today, really. I don't understand why. I didn't even sleep long enough last night, so that's probably the reason. I went out for a lengthy stroll, came back and I couldn't sleep straight away, so really very unusual for me. Usually I always fall asleep straight away. I really wonder whether there's still the remnants of long COVID in me, you know, because from time to time I get this muscular pain and then that degree of alertness experiencing my sleep. It's not insomnia, but it's some sort of weird alertness which is completely unusual for me. Okay. Oh, we got some ammunition here now. No, he killed me before, that's right. Why was he so strong? King Baron. Got 3 of these kings in there. Remember this one. Not done it for a little while. I haven't got any ammunition in there anymore. No. Need to pick up some extra ammunition. Ah. Right, I need to eat my words because I say it was that difficult, and it wasn't that difficult up to this point. he was dead, and why was I then not going ahead? As you can see, these captains are really quite difficult, quite powerful, but the rest we'll be able to do. Let's say, oh, there's the third one left. Forgot about him. Get out of here, so I'll be killed. Yeah, I don't have any more ammunition for my sword, so I'll have to wait for the synth to recharge, because I think probably not rechargeable yet. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, so that's easy.
Are dead, and the kings, well, they're still a danger to the city, but at least they don't work for Skolas. I call that a win.
Okay, so that's another story mission completed. Curious to see whether I managed to get, yeah, I did actually get one of them. Vanguard reputation's up. We'll do maybe one or two more, and then we call it a day for today. So let's see what else the game is going to give us. Well, today's the first day in almost 3 months that we've not heard from either Zenith or Gale. So I hope everyone is alive and well and healthy and everything else. And we'll definitely look forward to hearing from our friends tomorrow. Another perk unlocked, so that's strength and discipline. back to another... Ah, we completed story missions now. Alright, so that's fine. Finally. I think we completed more than 5. Definitely. I played at least 10 last week.
Before I earned my post as the Queen's emissary, I served her in the Reef Wars. The Silent Fang are assassins, killers, real charmers. During the war, they went after our commanders. They'll do the same to the House of Devils. Verix and I know all their tricks, though. Look at 'em. Gates. Best we find them before they do what they do best. Watch your back. In the war, I led an attack on the Fang during the Cybele Uprising. We managed to kill or capture most of them. Only reason we won, I think.
That was nearly an instant death. Oh, we were doing this the other day, I remember now. Oh, come on, 2 snipers there. 2 separate sides. Oops, maybe I was doing. Oh, come on. What is going on? Sniper shanks. Very deadly. That was fortunate, I wasn't even aiming at the shank.
Verix, why have the Devils deployed so many traps?
Devils can detect comm signals as well as we can. They may know the wolves have their scent.
Gosh, so many mines. So where did they go? Disappeared.
Fang probably helped Skolas escape. But rumor has it the Queen gave him to the Nine. How did the Fang get Skolas past them? We're detecting... Yes. Wolfcom's just beyond the wall. That has to be the Fang. Eyes up.
Oh, that was a sniper right at the top. Okay. No problem. We'll eliminate the snipers first. Bit of a tricky area to approach. Well, my gauntlet's very useful in here because I'm becoming invisible every time they try to punch me, so that's good.
That was Commander of the Fang. He just called you a... well, it was an insult.
Should have known. Yeah, should have known. Because the cannon swarms towards the last bit of the activity. Alright. We'll go up there. Conduct activities from the top rather than down here at the bottom. Hopefully we'll get some ammunition as well. Yeah. Yeah, you see this one's a bit stronger than the rest. Oh well. Gel's here. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hi. Well, I'm good. And you? How are you doing today? I'm not seeing you earlier today, so you must have been busy. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm just about to be ending the stream. I'm coming towards the end of what's been scheduled for today. Have you had a good day? What was your weekend like? What did you do during the weekend? Did you go anywhere nice? I see. Gil says that I'm very good and I got the cat. So you must have gone to Chicago to get the cat yesterday, during the weekend. That sounds good. Was it a long drive? Where's the captain now? I don't see him. I'm being hit from all sides. Vandals trying to snipe it, you know, from the distance. Oh, I got hit by that ship again. Gil says, yeah, it's been a long trip. Yeah, it's a lengthy drive, isn't it? From Ohio to Illinois. But good to hear that you've got the cat. How old is the cat? Is it just a small kitten, or is the cat bigger? What, 2 months? Oh yeah, still a tiny little cat kitten, just like you said. Oh, another one. Well, this is turning out to be a bit tricky, but give it another shot, I think. And I guess the kitten's neutered, right? So you wouldn't be having any danger of suddenly having, like myself, from 1 cat to 4 or 6. It's a sniper in there. Where is he? Oh, he's up there. Okay. Got him. Well, actually, I remember doing this with Sekapupu, we all kind of always hiding in here, so it's like a good spot and no one could actually come too close to you instead of being overly exposed, which is what I've had those previous attempts. Eventually there are just not many left. Kepler's Quirk is here. Hello Kepler's Quirk, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being our dedicated community member. Really good to see you. How are you? We had a quiet day today. Not many of our friends popped in. I've had a very interesting community session earlier. But not many people popped in today, so one of those days, you know, hard to tell why. I want to say I'm grateful to is it Kepler's Quirk, who's been raiding the channel in there, so that's good. Thank you very much for that, appreciate it. To wait until I recharge adequately. Yeah, his snipers are deadly. I better watch out. Caught up in here, look at that. Where's it gone now, the captain? Ship's coming back.
That was Commander of the Fang. He just called you well, it was an insult.
bit tired, my friends. I have got to take some rest. So what we'll do is we'll just go back to orbit, and then we'll thank everyone for coming today. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for enjoying our stream, also for contributing, for being our valued community members and participants. Just want to mention to Gail that I've done some clips, and the clips are both on Twitch and also on TikTok and Instagram. So the clips represent our overall activity and everything we did here recently, and I'll be doing these clips on an everyday basis. So we'll have every day a few clips that represent all that we do here on my channel. So anyone interested, just you can watch them in full frame on Twitch, or you can go to YouTube and check out shorts, or you can go to TikTok or Facebook or Instagram, and all of those clips are there. Hope you enjoy them. Hope you find some of that activity of interest. Hope you are going to be contributing with your own clipping of our sessions, which is what we used to have a few years back amongst our community members. So right, we've come to the end of our broadcast for today. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for being a valued community members. We'll be back tomorrow with more action, hopefully a few as well, and I look forward to that. On that note, I shall tell you that very shortly I'll get ready for my swimming session, and then I have an early night. I'm feeling a bit tired, I've got to say, today. Didn't sleep too well last night. I'm not sure what the reason for that was. And tomorrow everything is going to be as rosy as always. So thank you for watching, thank you for being here with us today, thank you for supporting the channel. Do remember to donate. Our charitable fundraiser is up and running until the end of the year. I'm raising funds for Mind charity, a UK-based charity that helps people with mental health problems and emotional difficulties. So please do donate generously. Make sure that the charity is receiving some of your support and contributions. They're definitely needed. We have many people suffering from many emotional problems in our local communities, and you know, they're dependent on charitable donations. Therefore, we want to be raising as much revenue as possible. So remember that. Top of our chat, and anyone who is clicking on the link will be able to get all the information that is needed. You want to get involved, you want to support us, you want to volunteer, you want to get to know more about Mind, Tiltify, myself, all of that information is on the link. And if you want to donate, just you'll get a section on it, and you can decide on whatever amount you wish to be providing for the charity. So thank you for that, and really any form of support, assistance, donations and help will be greatly appreciated. Thank you all for watching. I shall see you all tomorrow. Take care.